to make something complex simple and make judgments, make right choices of their own. After critical thinking, the third thing that is included in the 6 C's is communication. In India, there's a small candy which is sold for 1 rupee. It is called Pulse. That candy is around 600 crore business, maybe more now. Pulse candy. 1 rupee candy, the cost of candy is actually 40 paisa. The profit margins are 20 paisas. The wrapper is 40 paisa. So, sorry, cost of candy is 20 paisa, profit margin 40, and the wrapper is 40. So to sell a 1 rupee candy, which is 20 paisa in its value, has to be wrapped in a 40 paisa wrapper. What is within us is not seen by people until we have art of communication. That's why it becomes very, very, very important. And that communication has to be verbal, vocal, and visual. We don't usually talk about visual communication or vocal communication. We only focus on verbal communication. So let's do one exercise. Are you ready to do an exercise? So I'm talking about how verbal, vocal, and visual communication is very important. And in that, verbal communication that we focus the most is only 7% important. The way I speak, like I can make you curious, I can wake you up, I can make you angry, or I can make you smile. The tone of voice carries 34% weightage. And body language, 54%, or whatever remaining, 53%. Now you would be saying, but that's never taught to us. So let's do one exercise. I want all of you to raise your hands. That will wake you up as well. Curve your hand like this. Curve your hand like this. And then put your hand on your chin. Put your hand on your chin. I said chin. How about round of applause for me? So you see, power of visual communication, how much it is impacting us. We follow the visuals more than anything else. So that's the power of communication. The 4th C is collaboration. And I'll talk about collaboration in a minute. Collaboration is how we can share our thoughts to achieve common goals, common dreams. That's the power, and I'll talk about collaboration in a minute. The 5th C is character. Character is about what kind of values we seed in our students. What kind of moral values, thought process they have. Very important. Once again, no other living beings have dilemma. If a lion kills a deer, does not feel any moral dilemma. Doesn't go to heaven or hell because ate non-vegetarian. But human beings, because of this thinking brain, we have ends to achieve, that means goals to achieve, but biggest problem in life is we have choice how to achieve those goals. If that choice is taken away, life will become so simple, like in case of in the forest. But for us, these moral dilemmas need to be resolved, which nobody teaches in schools. And then later we find out life is all about dilemmas, not straight answers. That's what giving strong character is all about. We'll talk in a minute about it more. And finally, citizenship, the responsibility towards world. What does it mean? Let me give you another thought. Everything that we see in the world, everything, it's creation by 2 sources. Either nature, it already existed, or it was created in human imagination. Everything that you see. Those of you who saw Star Trek in the younger days, remember Captain Spock walking in, doors opening, Captain Spock saying, "Computer, what is the time? What is the weather like?" And we used to feel, wow, that was magic for us. Today, that technology is available to everybody. Everything that exists started in human imagination. Now, the journey from imagination to impact in the world is what I'm going to talk about, and the role these 6 C's play in that journey. The first one, creativity. As I mentioned, coming out with a new thought, something that has not been thought before. But it should not just stop here. And to students also, I want to share one thing. I have a daughter, she's 12 years old. Her name is Joy. Sometimes I see her struggle. When she is doing one sum, she is working on chapter 7.3, sum number 5. And then she will commit a mistake because what she had to apply here was part of chapter 3.2, sum 10. We are teaching subjects in pigeonhole. Math teacher only teaches mathematics. Physics teacher only teaches physics. Somewhere, this connection has to be made. And that connection will also help students start thinking critically, right? And we have to teach them how these topics are covered. I think major challenges, many times kids will ask this question, why you are teaching these subjects to us and we don't have a right answer many times. Why should I be studying this question? So first class, I think in every school should be about why this topic is valuable to your life, not to exam. Our focus is exam and marks. We say, math mein 100% marks aate hain. You'll get 100% score in math, that's why you should study math. We don't teach them that life without mathematics, at least basic mathematics, is going to be not very joyful. So critical thinking is important. And when creativity is mixed with critical thinking, we start finding solutions to problems. And when we start finding solution to problem, at our individual level, we have to have power of communication to utilize the strength of humanity. What I mean by this? Newton was asked, what is the secret of your greatness? And Newton said, I don't know how much of great I am, but whatever I have learned by standing on the shoulders of giants. I have learned everything by standing on the shoulders of giants. And by standing on the shoulder of giants, you can see farther than the giants themselves. And that can only happen if you know the art of communication. And art of communication is not about talking. It is also about patient and active listening. They say, if you are willing to listen, even silence can teach you a lesson. But are you curious enough? That's the power of communication. Communicating your thoughts and listening to others patiently and actively. So, creativity created an idea, critical thinking mashed that idea with a problem that human beings are facing. Communication helped in collaboration. Why is it important? Human brain, we are always with these ideas and thoughts. And these thought bubbles, they get created. Every night you go home, you want to start some company. In the morning, again, you go back to your job. Because these thought bubbles, they keep popping as they get created. But sometimes, have you experienced, two people are walking together, and one thought bubble collides with another thought bubble of another human being. Wow, a magic is created. Something different gets ignited. And that's the power of collaboration in this whole creative process. And what you do when you create a solution to a problem, I call it invention. Invention means you have creatively solved a problem. But there's a problem with this. And I can talk about India for. In India, we have a lot of people doing inventions. What we are not able to do is utilize power of collaboration to turn that invention into innovation. And there's a very different, very meaningful difference between the two. Imagination is given by the God, creativity and imagination. When you mix creative thinking, critical thinking, and you mix communication, collaboration, you can translate that into invention. That means solving a problem. But when that solved problem can generate economic or social value, then it becomes innovation. And that's what we have to enable our students to be. Not just stay at the imagination level. Kids have imagination. Not just stay at the invention level, because it'll stay somewhere in the books, research papers. We have to train them to turn their imagination into creativity, creativity into invention, and invention into innovation. And the litmus test, whether something is invention to innovation or not, has it put smile on one human's face yet? So until we generate social or economic value, it is invention. So whatever we do, whatever subject we are teaching them, this whole cycle should be connected in our mind and in the mind of students. Then it will become meaningful. Now, I heard history tells us some of the greatest inventions came during World War II, and they were done by German scientists. Unfortunately, those were amazing innovations that only enhanced and amplified destruction. And that destruction happened because those who were geniuses did not have these two characters. One, the character. The second one, the sensitivity towards the world, the citizenship. We can teach these kids everything and they can become great doctors, engineers, teachers, researchers, whatever. If they do not become great human beings, then we would have failed. Once again, we are talking about, our theme is total quality person. We are wishing for the fruit. But if you want to see the seeds, these two are the seeds: character and citizenship. And we are in a temple created by a visionary man, because I was wondering why this Jai Jagat. But see how it comes all together. So, whatever we give them, if the base is character and citizenship, we would have done our part. Because then what happens? Creativity comes into action. Wheel existed for hundreds of years. The box existed for hundreds of years. But you remember, we used to be sent to our relatives' departure because we had to carry all this luggage and all that with them. And then somebody hit an idea and put this wheel and boxes together. Life became very convenient. I would like all of you kids also to keep looking out when you go. Become very observant and see there would be these wheels lying somewhere and the boxes lying somewhere. And someday that idea is going to come to you where this wheel can be attached to the box and you would have created a better world. You would have put smile on some faces. The second thought I want to give you, let's not be sage on the stage anymore. This was the model. 5 plus 5 equal to what? What's the answer? 10. Anybody says 9.9, wrong, 0 marks. 10.1, 0 marks. Not only mathematics, every subject. I will tell you what is the question, I'll tell you what is the answer. More you go away from the answer, less marks you are going to get. Time has come to change this methodology. We have to add critical thinking to our classrooms. We have to become guides on the sides. Let me just change that question little bit. And the question becomes, which two numbers when added are equal to 10? How many possible answers? Infinite. When I tested this on my daughter, she says, Papa, 5 plus 5 equal to 10. She thought for a while and she said, wow, 4 plus 6 also 10. 7 plus 3 also 10. Just in an instant, the power of mind was unleashed. Now she was not learning just addition, she was learning holistic concept of things coming together. Next, power of collaboration. This is how world is going to be for our students. All collaborative. More so now in the internet age. And how we are teaching them? Still teaching them like this. Very individualistic. This is how we test them. But that's not how life is going to be. We need to build more of collaboration. Let me sum it all together. How what I'm saying can transform lives. This is scene of Rajasthan in India, a desert area of India. Women had to walk 3 to 11 kilometers just to fetch water, and they would be carrying it on their head. You can imagine what kind of stress their neck, body has to go through. Somebody observant saw this happening, isolated event, kids enjoying their life. And critical thinking, collaboration, and that willingness to help human beings created a product. Now those women are carrying water like this. Small change, but in their life, it makes a lot of difference, right? But I think one C is missing out of this conversation, and I'm going to add that one last C. And to add that C, let me share one more story. Once in a locksmith shop, a hammer and a key were having this argument. Hammer was jealous. Hammer said, I have so much of metal in me. How come I cannot open this lock? Actually, more I try, more this lock becomes stubborn. And the key smiles and says, you are trying to use your brute force to open this lock. And brute force only make people more stubborn. I know how to tickle heart of this lock. I merely go in, touch this lock's heart, and the lock by itself opens up. I'm pretty sure when I'm telling you this story. Thank you very much. I'm sure when I'm telling you this story, you are immediately thinking of people who are like hammer with you, or those who were by chance keys with you. But my question to you is, when people think about you, do they think of you as a hammer or a key? And that's where the seventh C is very, very important. That seventh C is compassion. Once Dalai Lama ji was asked, if all your life's learning you had to put in 1 or 2 words, what would that word be? He says, I don't need lines, sentences, 2 words are enough, love and compassion. Whatever we do, I think for us to do those 6 C's, the seed, the cause is this 7th C, being compassionate. Understanding things from students' perspective. Let's give them that enthusiasm that they don't have to come to school. They don't have to do homework. They don't have to finish their projects. If one change you can bring in your classrooms, my today's conversation with you would be successful. Can you turn their have tos into want tos? Once again, those are fruits. The seeds are when you go to your classroom, are you going there because you have to or because you want to? And this one word transformed can transform the way we approach life. Learning happens when someone wants to learn, not when we want to teach. So I ask you this one exercise that you can do immediately after going back to your school. Usually we take feedback after end of the semester. Why not do something different? Very first day when you're in the class, ask your students, assume today is the last day of the class. Assume I'm asking you, give me feedback, and assume that you have given me all perfect 10. Tell me, why did you give me perfect 10? Then they will tell you what they are expecting out of you. What do you think about it? And then match it what they think about it. I think one thing that I request you, it's very, very powerful. Very, very powerful. And finally, this is how the traditional mindset has been. Work hard, achieve success, and then you will be happy. I've dedicated my life to happiness. My research area is happiness, ancient wisdom, and peak performance mindset. Because I believe everything in the end is about happiness. I'm not talking about laughter, dancing, that's also part of it. I'm talking about something different. And all of you youngsters, if you want to take one thing out of this conversation, I would like you to think, listen to me very, very carefully, bit. I know you are under performance pressure to perform. All of us are as well. I just invite you to reflect on this one thought. A big transformation happened in my life. The day I decided I am going to do everything that I'm doing, not to impress others, not to impress my neighbors or friends, not even to impress God. I'm going to do what I am going to do so that I have inner peace. I have happiness within. And that one thing has transformed my life. I invite you to think about it. Start doing things for nothing else but your inner peace. And this mindset, traditional mindset, will change that day. Because cause for us is hard work and outcome is success. And you know it never happens one after other. Our goals keep changing. We keep waiting for that happiness to come in our life. Let me give you an alternate thought. How about start thinking of life? We are here to enjoy every moment. Our intent should be, how can I live with peace in my heart? Because when that happens, we naturally will become creative, innovative. And if we are happy and innovative, outcome would be experience of success, series of successes, not intent. So intent of living life is not hard work and success. Intent should be how we can create joyful moments in our life. And outcome should be the success. Because happiness leads to success a lot more than success leads to happiness. Great. Happiness, when we are happy, we are all good. I started with a story. I'm over by 2 minutes. I'm going to end with a story, but I think it's very important and impactful. Half of this story you might have heard. I would add 1 minute additional to it. Once a person goes to a market and sees two people are cutting stones. One looks very angry, very annoyed with his life. The second one is singing. This person goes to the first man and says, "What are you doing?" He says, "Are you blind? Can't you see I'm cutting stones?" "Oh, what else? What else? What about tomorrow? I'll do the same thing. I'll do the same, this is my life." And the person says, "If you're so bitter about it, why are you doing it?" He says, "All because of money. I have to take care of my family." Enough. And he goes to the second person and says, "What are you doing? You look very happy." He says, "I'm constructing a temple." He said, "Wow. But are you not coming here every day and doing the same thing, cutting stones?" He said, No. Very different. Every day when I come, I have this realization that I am doing it for a higher purpose. You know, sir, this village that we have, people are very poor. They don't have many means to live. Their life is very miserable, if you see. But there's this place, temple. When they come here, they feel this is heaven for them. They ask everything from this God and believe that this place can give them that joy, that peace, that satisfaction they are looking for in their life. So what I am doing here is I'm constructing this temple. And every day I come to this temple with this realization that I am sculpting a stone which is going to be some part of this temple. And if I fail to sculpt a perfect stone that day, some part of this temple is not going to look good. And every day I want to improve my skills, so by the time I reach sculpting the sanctum sanctorium, my perfection is to the level that I can actually create heavenly experience when people come to the temple. Do you find any similarity between this story and our own life? Every single day is that stone we are sculpting for the temple of our life. And as teachers, we have responsibility because we are not doing it only for ourselves. We are also helping our students sculpt the stone. Mona Lisa, its cost would be something like $10,000, but market value is $1 billion. It's because of Leonardo da Vinci, the skills of painter who painted it. Just imagine if a lifeless canvas can become $1 billion. All of us have all these live canvases of life. And if we can help them paint their masterpiece on the canvas of life, this world would be a very different, very happy place. Thank you very much for your patient listening. Today is the first day of rest of our life. Today is the first day of the rest of our life. Let's carry some of these seeds back and plant them in the garden of our own life. And if you ever want to reach me, life is all about where you are to where you want to be. A to B. And if you want to reach me, you just need to run between A and B. My email is arunb@arunb.com. My website is www.arunb.com. You have my social media handles. If I can be of any help to any of you ever, I'll be so grateful. Thank you very much, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity to be here. Namaskar. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Please be there, sir. Thank you so much, sir. We are deeply grateful for the time and effort you have took to share your knowledge and experience with us. And few things that I have noted and I'll carry back home and to my school is not to be a hammer and behave like the key. When you use force and you are a brute, you make people stubborn. And to be a winner, not to criticize, but only take the good things from everyone. So we are very, very grateful for your wonderful speech,
Thank you
your
very
motivational talk.
Thank you very much. And I wish all of you a very joyful life.
And I request Ma'am Hayal Koksal to be on the stage. There is a small token of appreciation and gratitude from all of us at CMS.
How are you? Great to see you.
Very beautifully timed.
Thank
You
you very
started
much.
on time
All
and
because
ended
of
on
you.
time.
Thank you. Thank you.
And so it's not very difficult to follow whatever you said. We have to be a listener. And if we pay attention, I think the body language speaks more than the verbal language. Thank you
very
so
much.
much. And we are very sorry to inform that Mr. Shan Ruprai has a very bad sore throat, but still he's kind enough to agree to give his speech and to enlighten us. Mr. Shan Ruprai is a visionary leader whose trailblazing endeavors have made profound contribution across diverse fields as a Justice of Peace in New South Wales, Australia, and Director General of the ANZ TQE Education. Mr. Ruprai plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of education and business development. His unwavering commitment to excellence is further exemplified in his position as CEO of the Australian Institute of Business Improvement. Mr. Shan Ruprai is a Zurun medalist and Justice of Peace appointed by the government of NSW Australia. He is the CEO of the Australian Institute of Business Improvement Australia, Director General of Australia, and New Zealand World Council TQEE. He is the senior juror to the Prime Minister and Cabinet Dubai. He is world-renowned quality and business executive, published over 85 papers, translated in many languages. So we are very, very grateful to have you with us, and welcome, sir.
If I can open this one. Thank you. Oops. So if you can put that on. Can you open this one too? Just open that one. Thank you. Can you put that on? And this will. हाँ यहाँ बनी आएगी ओके Distinguished guests, thank you. Oops. Thank you. Sure. Yeah. Distinguished guests, Dr. Vanita Cameron, Director General of the Council, very intelligent and best-in-class teachers, and above all, our future global leaders, our students. Now, before I embark on the topic that I'm going to talk about, I'd like to pay our respect to Dr. Gandhi. And we all know he was visionary, a human larger than life. He was our mentor. He's physically not with us today, but I can feel his presence here right now in this hall. He's dearly missed, not just in India, but also on many parts of the world. Jagdish ji played and he laid a strong foundation for us to continue our journey in education. Well, Dr. Gandhi's journey that he embarked upon will be taken care of by the eminent professor and Dr. Geeta Gandhi Kingdon, an innovator and a modern thinker. Outstanding contribution to the world of education. I invite you to Google her name and look at some of the papers she presented and enhance your knowledge bank. You will learn a lot. And she is our inspirational leader. Under her leadership, we will excel to go forward. I have two assets in my life. The second asset is my voice, which you can see is not doing very well today because of drinking a very hot coffee in one day. And my first asset is my wife, and she's doing very well, and she's here. Okay, before we start on our competency in terms of the topic we have, I think some of us who are fortunate to listen to the presentation by Dr. Vanita Kamran yesterday, that was excellent. It taught us so many different things. And I can see, when I was here last in CMS, and to what I see today from the presentation by the Dr. Kamran, there are a lot of runs on the board. CMS is a benchmark. I recall my first discussion with Dr. Kamran about 14 years ago when we invited her to Asia Pacific Quality International Conference in Bali. We exchanged views. And one of the things that I recall we talked about was the old-fashioned way of thinking outside the box. Dr. Kamran said, and we talked about it, why do you need the box? Get rid of the box. And that's what I saw in the presentation by Dr. Kamran yesterday, that CMS is a benchmark and it's way ahead of the way students come in. They're not boxed in. They're thinking a wide open globally so that they can be good citizens to go forward. So let's ask ourselves about the topic. Why global competencies in education? We live in an ever-changing environment. And when the world is changing, there's a lot of conflict. How do we navigate through this jungle that is in front of us? And we are overloaded with the information. And we need to utilize innovative tools in education. I strongly believe in relationships, relationships, relationships. So, there has been a vast improvements in technology. But that also has its downside. I remember in my younger days, we sit around the table, family dinner, there was no radio on, there was no television, telephone didn't exist, it was fixed in the room. We learned from each other. I learned from my parents, they learned from me. It was a fantastic way of being a good human being. But however, there's a downside, but the good side of the technology is it can enhance our education systems. Through the technologies, the teachers, the students, and a number of other stakeholders can work together more efficiently and more effectively. Bouncy, we talked about living in an ever-changing environment. Dr. Comran's presentation yesterday did talk about creating change agents. The education process itself, not be just tied down to mathematics or the chemistry, as the previous speaker said. We need to open up and making sure that our students learn the basics in life, what they're going to be facing with. Now, confidence. Of course, we've seen the World Conference yesterday with the United Nations Staff of Students Council. Brilliant. And that really shows us that how children and the students are being inspired in CMS. And we need to make sure they are ready to face the challenges of the world that is so uncertain and we live in. And of course, the global competence. Wow, the world is changing so fast. What was there 3 months ago, quite changed. Technology. The old days, if I can give you an example of a fax machine that was superseded by emails. A telegram going back into the emails. And so we need to make sure that our students are not just tied down to maths and chemistry and so on. They learn the skills that they need to have to be able to be good citizens in the world. Some people might say, education system is at crossroads. Yes, some of us strongly agree with that. Where the innovation, technology, circular economy, and the shifting global priorities are moving so fast. And it's faster than the education system and any education standards we have. So, within that, the question arises, how do we make sure our students can be a decent global citizens? As looking at not just creating a human who's going to go through the studies and out there, but we need to take into account in the education system where students learn how to be a good human to be in this society. Of course, Dr. Comran talked yesterday about paradigm shift. Of course, there is a paradigm shift and a kind of revolution we need to manage. And we need to reform the education system itself. Of course, we need to challenge the current methods that we utilize in schools to teach. The previous speaker so brilliantly exercised and outlined to us. We need to move away from traditional teaching to a teaching that's going to create the global leaders who will be successful. We must change the outdated education system. AI, Professor Heil talked about that the next project is AI, very important one, and the digital transformation. And of course, there's the pressures by the global economy and political uncertainty. All we need to look at what's happening in the Middle East, the USA, Russia, and so on. So while that uncertainty exists, and do we need to look at what's happening around the world to create an education policy? Of course we do. Athletics are a very important part of our lives in the education. We need to find a balance between the athletics and the academics. And it's absolutely important to train our teachers, continually train our teachers so that they can pass on that knowledge to the ever-changing environment around the world. And if you don't train our teachers, obviously, something's going to give way, and it's not going to be the outcome we want. Supply and demand, that is increasing day by day globally. And we need to improve our partnership with the policymakers, standard settings, governments, and other relevant stakeholders. Improve processes. So while we're looking at creating an education system, which is a brave new world, within that we need to also look at, we need to measure our processes. That measurement must be based on outcome and outputs continuously improved. Because without that, if we can't measure it, we shouldn't be doing it. So creating global leaders, we must define education and global economy. Normal schooling is not the answer. Our previous speaker just before me outlined that. We need to really think away from what we do in order to be successful in the world that we live in. And of course, we need to assure the quality of teaching and ensuring the students' future and expectation in the international community that they're going to be living in. And the world is more tolerant to multiculturalism. We only need to look at USA, UK, Canada, and many other countries where in the parliament there are people from the Indian origin, a number of other areas. So the world is more tolerant to have global leaders who come through the system of learning and be a good global citizen. So it's about balancing, looking at the global environment and then looking at our competency of the education system. So that's the reality. We need to really ensure that we balance that out very well within our education system. Let's explore a bit about the economics of education. Why do the government and the parents globally spend trillions and trillions of dollars in education? Of course, we need to ensure the human capital is created through the education system who's able to be successfully be good global citizens and add value to the community. And it is the education system, regardless of what's happening in the world, there's a conflict or whatever. Education system will change that. We've got to be positive. By creating good leaders, teaching them the right methods, of course, the global leaders of the future will change the world to a more peaceful society we live in. So like psychology and, of course, human development. Political economy of education. Effective and efficient management, investment in education, funding and resources. Specialized research, curriculum and pedagogy, supply and demand, economic growth, good global citizen that keeps coming up, and caring and passionate global environment and global citizens. So of course, when you look at some of these things, the education system and the global citizen, our education system needs or must consider human design. What sort of human that we need to create to ensure that the world is a better place to live in. We shouldn't be just creating a production line students as a production factory and a human that is just going to be like a robot. You press the button, it does X, Y, Z. And we need to also look at global, custom-tailored, gifted children to specialize them in the areas that they want. And we need to eradicate standard education system if that is not adding value. There are other influences as well that we need to consider in the education system. Mental health and fitness, that is a big issue in some of the countries, and education system can create the learnings to the students in that how to manage mental stress, to be able to cope in the ever-changing environment that we live in. Innovation, we talked about that fair bit. And of course, super conscious mind, absolutely important, beside everything else we talk about, beyond material reality, energy behind reality. The universality of the human being. And if we consider some of those things and what the previous speaker said, what Dr. Comran said, Professor Hall said, I'm sure we can create a positive future through our education system. So in terms of the global education competencies and challenges, of course, when we look around the world, there are many challenges. There's a conflict, there are barriers, and there are a number of other things that are happening around the world. But let's consider these challenges as opportunities. Take advantage of these challenges in an uncertain world to create opportunities within our education system and enable to enhance competencies within the education system. We need to research the national, international environment. That's going to take time because the world is changing. So while we're scanning the environment, in order to make the policy, the standards of education, the system is going to take time. So while it's going to take time, I strongly believe this, that beside the best-in-class education system, we should invite world-renowned experts in different fields. It can be politics, it can be economics, or it can be preaching, it can be yoga, it can be anything else. Get these international renowned speakers into the school. For example, once in 2 months, and select some students and teachers and have these master workshop classes that train the trainer exercise. This doesn't have to sit outside the education system. This needs to be part of the education system to make the students aware, yes, there are other things, and here are the experts, what they're telling you. And then after that, these trainers can sum that up and convey to the whole school in the assembly that sends a message across to everybody in the school. But, there's always a but, in order to do that effectively, we just need to make sure that it is non-political, it's unbiased, and it's factual, and it's going to add value. And there doesn't have to be one think tank. There can be a number of think tanks. One think tank can be based on spirituality, politics around the world, economics, and so on. Stakeholders. So there are a number of stakeholders, but when we are consulting our stakeholders, we need to make sure the stakeholder of a certain group does not hijack the agenda of what we want to do. So limit the percentage of the stakeholders in developing our strategy to go forward. So element of direction, I guess, once we scan the national and the international environment, that helps us to set our vision. And that's underpinned by mission, strategy, and values. Dr. Cameron yesterday so elegantly described that strategy must be built on the accurate data. If the data is not right, our strategy is not going to be right. Once we got that right, that can then drive the education agenda within the schools. So we all know that vision, mission, values, and strategies are very important. We often talk about these, but then once we set these up in line with what we talked about and what Dr. Cameron said, previous speaker, and Dr. Hoyle. So within that, if the vision is missing, or vision is not correctly put into place, school areas can be on cross purposes. They can be a cross-functional rivalry. No enthusiasm. And there can be a shift in strategy time after time. And if mission is missing, there can be confusion, disagreements. What is the purpose of this school? Staff can go in different directions. And if values are missing, of course, unrestrained pursuit of the vision will happen. Teachers take the vision too far. Vision can be pursued differently. And if strategy is missing, we are unable to go forward. Lack of specific step actions. Educational goals are not linked to the teacher behavior. Now we're talking a little bit about, either we can do it formally by having performance assessments after each project or a process that we put in place. Of course, our think tank needs to be based on innovation, needs to be strategic, it'll be leading the transformation, challenge the status quo. That's what our previous speaker said. Don't accept the way it is, challenge. And then it needs to be, of course, stakeholder focused. It needs to be flexible to manage change. Need to look at global partnership, continuous improvement, and sustain. It shouldn't be just one-time fix. The benefits must stick. And we need to do all of that with integrity, enthusiasm, warmth, calmness. But we need to be tough and fair in order to ensure that we get value. So continuous improvement, when you look at that reality of the world, the reality of where we're going to be living and spending our time and so on, and our education system, there need to be a feedback continuously going among the two and balance that up. And that's what Dr. Cameron was talking about yesterday, that I was very impressed with. The CMS is looking at all these things to ensure the education system here is going to be in line with best practice that I have not seen anywhere else. So, together, we can and we will pioneer global competencies in education roadmap and to go for a brighter future. Dr. Vinitaji and the dream team are the pillars for us to take us forward. With that, I say thank you and Jai Jagat. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm and an enthusiastic applause for Sir for his valuable talk. Sir, you talked about two assets. Both your asset of the throat was still very good. We could hear whatever you said. We understood, and it was really inspirational and motivating. And there were a lot of things which we learned. We learned about that quality education can help us manage our mental health. And you talked about vision, mission, values, and strategies, which are very important. And then you talked about global citizenship, like the senators from people from all parts of the world and parliamentarians in UK Parliament. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
I request Miss Elizabeth Wagstaff to be on the stage. And sir, there is a small appreciation and a gratitude from the CMS family.
Sure.
Miss Elizabeth Wagstaff
Okay,
is a senior speech and language therapist, CAMHS, Ireland. Thank you so much, ma'am, for doing the honors.
Hello, Vida. Oh, thank you. Oh, learning from you, thank you. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, once again. Today, as we navigate the challenges and opportunity of the 21st century, the importance of quality education cannot be overstated. Mr. Ashraf, insight and perspective will undoubtedly provide us with valuable strategies. Now, we have Mr. Ashraf on the stage, who is the Managing Director, Global Educational Group, Qatar, Chairman, Yelloria Global Education Hub, Calicut. Mr. Ashraf is a postgraduate in mathematics, graduate in education and pursuing research and learning and development, a creative professional who applies his heart and soul into any assignment that he takes and transforms the lives of those he comes across in his teaching programs and one-to-one coaching sessions. Welcome, Mr. Ashraf.
Respected dignitaries, my dear students, good morning. It's an honor to be here with all of you today, gathered at 25th International Convention on Students' Quality Circle. I'm very delighted to talk to you in this morning. And after coming here, even before coming here only, I got a very good idea to whom I am going to speak. Great visionaries, educators, and very good, sharp-minded students. But after coming here, that thought actually made me a little nervous because what all I had prepared, all these things were already spoken about, and all the points, everything has been touched. Yesterday, Dr. Kamran's speech and many other professors and dignitaries' speech, all these speeches I was eagerly listening, and I got a lot of new points. And now what I think is I'll make it a heart-to-heart conversation, because my points, my prepared speech, like my PPT, I'm not going to open, because all the points, it will be a repetition. Anyways, I thank you, Dr. Kamran, and all the organizers for calling me, for inviting me for this auspicious occasion. I'm coming from Qatar. Yes, I have traveled quite a distance, 2,900 kilometers, to speak, to share a few words with you. I'm happy for that. Actually, basically, I'm from Kerala, South India. I say South India and all because there are a lot of other different nationality people are there, not only Indians. Today, I would like to talk about a topic which is very close to my heart: education and quality. Building a foundation for future generations. That's my topic. Let's explore what true quality in education means and how it is essential, important for the youth of our nation and the world. Let me ask a few questions. Is education related to only academic success? Or is there something more to it? When we ask these questions, let's remember that education is not only about schools and exams. There is something more to it. It's about a lot of lives, minds, and futures. In my career of education, spanning over maybe 28 years, I always felt that there is something essential is missing in our education system. This is in general way I'm talking about. Actually, in this school, when I happened to be in the session of Dr. Kamran and other dignitaries, what I understand is, first, I would say that this is my first experience with SQC, and I'm knowing about the works and creations of SQC, the thoughts of SQC, first time. So now I can understand that under SQC and in this school and many other schools of the educators who are sitting here, you are not following the traditional path which I was facing and I was encountering throughout my educational life. These changes are enlightening me, and the talk I am making is based on my experience. So the missing elements, the elements which are overlooked, are most of them are corrected in the school. Madam told about the last 5 years. They made it an opportunity, the COVID problems and all of them, when they encountered, they made it an opportunity and they renovated the methods, and this is being giving fruits. And in my education career, what all I faced is, in our life, what are the important things we need? We often forget to teach the students. We always focus on only academic success, grades, books, and exams. But when we face the life, when our children, they go to real life, there are a lot of things other than this they are going to face. So these things have been missed. This is what our concern is, and here is what our discussion is. The most important thing I feel is our life skills. We are not teaching in the classrooms how to how to live properly. We give very good importance for academic things. I agree with you, but we are not teaching life skills in the classrooms. After gathering all these degrees, when we see the youth, when they are in their workplace, we often, getting stunned. They can't work in a team. They don't know how to manage the time. They don't know how to, manage money. All these things, they did not get a hands-on experience in their learning studies period. Physics and science and mathematics, this is important for this world, but everyone is not taking that path. But we are giving only importance, we have to give importance, but we are giving importance only for this. For the life skills, we actually, most often we overlook. This is my first concern. Even Mahatma Gandhi said, education is overall development of human personality. It's overall drawing out of the best in child and man. Are we taking out the best in every child? We have to introspect ourselves. Every child is unique, and when a child is coming on earth, he has his place is already fixed. He has some place to reach. He has his own talents. But are we nurturing the inborn talents inside? Or are we making some synopsis, some catalog, and we are imposing this to everyone? We all heard from Dr. Arun sir about individual challenges and about sieves. So we are always using sieves in the classroom. So this is the first thing I wanted to share with you. We have to teach life skills in the classroom. The second is critical thinking. Now, information is everywhere. But knowledge without understanding, is it important? Is it useful? Swami Vivekananda said, we want the education, that education which forms the character, where the strength of mind is increased and the intellect is expanded, and by which a man can stand on his own foot. So that level, are we giving them a platform for creative thinking? Are we giving them opportunity to discuss, to ask questions, to debate, to creatively analyze, critically analyze what they have learned? This is my second question. So, what should be our guiding spirit for doing these all things? If we look at our old scriptures or even our heritage, our Indian ideals can be our guiding spirit. You know about Gurukul system. In Gurukul system, our ancestors, they learned ethics, values, life skills, and even knowledge, everything from the source by experiencing, by living there. So I don't say that we have to do the same thing here, but we can take the principles from those heritage. So we can always say the problems, how we can handle these problems, or how we can face these problems, correct these problems. One thing is, what our president, late Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam said, he always inspires kids. Whenever he speaks, in all the speeches to the students, he gives 3 advices. The first is dream. The second is dream. The third is also dream. He says, dream, 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 transcend these dreams to thoughts and transform these thoughts to action. So we have to allow our students, our children, to dream big. Are we encouraging them to dream big? Are we giving tools and confidence to achieve or pursue those dreams? So for this, we need to, in my opinion, we need to integrate our curriculum with life skills. So you imagine, along with our science or mathematics, social studies subject, if we are teaching life skills also in the classroom, the first period is, say, self-awareness or money management. Yesterday is one of the speeches, one principal from Bangalore, ma'am was showing some video. In the school, an activity of commerce was there, and how before that, how students looked at it, and after that, how they are seeing it. So in this way, in the classroom, if we have a subject which is giving same equal importance as mathematics and science, if we are giving for this also, and giving activities for that, what changes it can make in lives of the students and their future. Actually, I don't think that everyone can digest it, but without this, we are a failure. We don't understand that. Without these skills, we are a failure. Even if we don't study some other subject, we may not be a failure. So why can't we integrate these subjects along with the, this we cannot decide from our side, there should be support from the policy makers and governments and all. But still, I am giving a thought. Then there are many other things to be integrated with the curriculum, in my opinion. How we are studying the ethics and values. Maybe in some schools there are some topics, subjects about that, which given very least importance. But if it is an important subject, that would be, day before yesterday, we all watched the great program from the students. More than 7,000 students were participating. Children, they were begging us, give us a united world. Give us a world without war. So, SQC students, they know about this. They are enlightened about this. But crores of other students are there in the world. If these subjects are there in the curriculum, the future may not be different. What do you think? So these are some thoughts I am giving in front of you. But still, we all, if we all think about that, and at least in our premises, if we can do something on this, that would be very much useful for the future generation. We are all with different identities. Every person has in himself, there are many identities. For me, if I talk about, I'm from Kerala. It's my regional identity. I'm a Muslim. That's a religious identity. I'm an Indian. That is my national identity. But above all, we are all are humans. So that's the real identity in us. So we have to find it, and we all have to work for the humankind. So this education, this is the place where we can make changes and which will reflect in the future generations and the future world. So I wish you all the best to make some changes in the world. You are those who are sitting here are change makers already, and those who are sitting behind are future change makers, and I wish you all the best from my heart. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm and an enthusiastic applause to Mr. Ashraf. Sir, you talked about and you asked a question, a very important question, that is education related to academic success? But you added that yes, it's important, but life skills, money management, that is finances, that those things are more important. You praise the CMS children for their plea for a war-free world. So we are very, very grateful for that. And then you talked about the ancient Indian heritage and ideals of Gurukul, where children not only learnt academics, knowledge, science and physics, they also learnt about life skills. So thank you so much for talking about life skills. And now I request Ms. Syria, Principal of Assumption School, Thailand, to be on the stage. And this is a small token of our gratitude and appreciation from the CMS family. Thank you, ma'am, for doing the honors. And now it's time to add a harmonious note to our program. We are delighted to present the talented young voices of our primary choir who have been preparing tirelessly to bring joy and melody to this special occasion. Under the guidance of their dedicated music teachers, these budding performers are here to showcase not just their vocal talent, but also the hard work, teamwork, and enthusiasm that went into perfecting their performance. So without further ado, let's welcome our wonderful primary choir to the stage with a big round of applause as they present a medley of songs. What a wonderful performance. A louder round of applause. Don't they deserve a louder one for their outstanding performance? Because they are building bridges which keeps the world apart. They want to make the world united, and they believe in only one race, and that is the human race. Wonderful, dear children. You sang really very well. Keep shining and spreading the joy of music wherever you go, dear children. We are incredibly fortunate to have Ms. Anita Arathun, an eminent speaker and renowned author who has taught English for more than 30 years at Calcutta Girls High School. She is a subject expert in English and history and a very renowned author. She has conducted many workshops for teachers on how to use innovative strategies to engage students. Ma'am, your calm posture and smiling face is very popular amongst all. Welcome, ma'am. We want a louder round of applause for ma'am as she walks on the stage.
Respected Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, I know that he is very much present here in our midst. Let us fold our hands and say namaste to him there. Everyone, fold your hands and say namaste to him there. Respected and much loved Dr. Vinita Kamran, Dr. Geeta Gandhi Kingdon, Professor and Manager, CMS, distinguished dignitaries from abroad and India, and my very dear boys and girls, Jai Jagat. The good news that I'm going to give you is that I'm going to speak for just about 10 minutes. And I'll be telling you a quality story based on the life skill communication. Dr. Arun Bhardwaj has touched upon this topic just a while ago. Communication is the cornerstone of all life skills. All our teaching at school is done through communication, listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Communication is both verbal and through body language. In this context, I wish to take you away to the land of Babylon. Now, when I say the word Babylon, which ancient civilization comes to mind, children? Which ancient civilization comes to mind? Mesopotamia, that's right. And which lovely song do you think of when you hear the word Babylon? By the rivers of Babylon, where we sat down. Come on, sing with me. By the rivers of Babylon, where we sat down in every way, we remember Zion. Okay, so in those ancient days, by the way, this story has been taken from the Old Testament in the Holy Bible. So, in those days, the Babylonians were very famous for being builders. They built tall structures called ziggurats. And one day, these Babylonians, they got the bright idea of building such a tall structure that it would reach the heavens. And they, the Babylonians, would be equal to God Himself. And so the structure began. 1 story, 5 stories, 10 stories, 20 stories, 30 stories. Now God, sitting up there in heaven, was wondering what these silly human beings are up to. Equal to Him, to God? No way. And so He decided to do something about it. And what did He decide? He decided to have a little fun at us human beings, and He decided to make these Babylonians break out into different languages. And what happened was that as soon as God deemed this to happen, all the people who were involved with this building this tall structure, they broke out into different languages. Some began to speak in Turkish, like Ma'am Hayal here. Some began to speak in Greek. Some began to speak in Nepali, while some began to speak in Spanish. Very soon, they realized that they could not understand one another. And confusion reigned supreme. Arguments broke out, fistfights, quarrels. Why did this happen? Due to lack of communication. The temple was never completed, and God was up there smiling in heaven once again. So I leave you with the thought, how do you communicate with your children in the classroom in order to be effective quality teachers? The greatest compliment that I have received during my teaching years at school was, "Ma'am, why were you absent yesterday? We missed you." What greater compliment can a teacher get than this? That's all because of my communication based on love and compassion for my students. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You took me back to my convent days in the hostel, in the boarding, where we heard Boney M and about the rivers of Babylon. And I request Ma'am Shiny Ruprai to be on the stage. This is a small token of love and appreciation from us, from the CMS family, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for doing the honors. Ma'am, we would have loved to hear more from you, but whatever you said really touched our heart. Thank you so much, ma'am. It is with great honor and immense pleasure that we welcome Mr. Mohan Das Tilak, who has been driven by a deep passion to improve the educational sector in Mauritius, particularly for children with disability. His efforts aim to better align the educational system with the aspirations of disabled Mauritian children. In line with his vision, he founded the International Council for Physically and Mentally Challenged Students Quality Circle in Mauritius, where he served as the founding director. His significant contribution to the education and empowerment of children with special needs has been internationally and nationally recognized. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm and heartfelt welcome to Mr. Mohandas Tilak.
Ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, before we welcome Mr. Tilak, I want to give a hearty welcome to Most Honorable Quality Guru David Hutchins. You know, you hear about him in newspapers, you see him on Google, and he's here in flesh, blood, and spirit. He's there with us. David, if you could please stand, sir. Clap loudly for him. You can see him. You know, you dream about him, and today you can see him. Thank you so much, David. And I want to narrate a very interesting thing, how QCs came into action. Our circle had, when Gandhi sir got this concept from 1992 in Japan, so we thought, now we should participate in an international conference. So we thought about it. We wrote to Hong Kong people. We sent them a video. And then we reached there. They could not believe that little children can also present. And they said, why these little children have come in the industry and all those people? And when we presented David, Mr. David Hutchins, and Dawn, they liked it so much. Dawn, they were again our quality guru. They liked it so much. They said, now you should go ahead. You should go even more, and you should spread in all parts of the world. So his words, the kind motivation he gave us, the inspiration he gave us, because when a quality guru of like David Hutchins, he's really a guru for us. He has written so many books. He has his own David Hutchins college over there, which which is training people all around the world. He put a stamp on it. He said it's good, it's very good. And when in 1997 we held the first conference, so that was the time David was there. And today again he is there. Let me tell you, he's a young boy of 90 years old, but he has the heart of 19 years. 80, I'm sorry, he's a young boy of 80 years old, but he has a heart of 18-year-old boy. Last conference when we met, there were some boys who wanted to dance with him, and he actually danced, and he had beaten those boys nice and proper. Boys of 18 years of age. Really, thank you so much, David. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. Really, 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 we are very happy. Now our convention, is full. Now we are feeling very happy and very satisfied that you are with us. You are a patron, you are a guide, you are a great godfather to all my children. Thank you so much, David. Thanks a lot for making it. He's coming all the way from US. He stays in UK, but he had to go to US, all the way from US. Now he's traveling here, and I think he has been traveling for the past 72 hours. So you can see his stamina. Once again, give a loud round of applause. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
A very good morning to you all. Respected Dr. Vinita Kamaran, convener 25th ICSQC, Mr. David Hutchins, welcome you, sir. All directors, teachers, students, all delegates, and especially all the CMS family. Thank you all for the warm welcome that we had since our arrival in CMS. respected Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, who is not among us today, but as many of us has mentioned that we all feel he's among us. And I would like to pay tribute to him on behalf of all the special needs children of Mauritius. Can we all raise up for us 1 minute of silence on behalf of all the special needs children and all those present here today? Thank you very much. Just a small tribute to Dr. Jagdish Gandhi. I remember Dr. Jagdish Gandhi since 1998 when he came to Mauritius for the first time. And I've got the privilege to have Dr. Gandhi along with Dr. Kamaran and P.C. Bihari, late P.C. Bihari, to come to my place. And just a small brief. My son, Shravan, was only 20 days when Dr. Jagdish Gandhi came to my place. And when he hold, sorry, when he hold my son in his arms, sorry. Only the first thing he said to my son, when you grow up, I want you to become a total quality person. And this kept a great souvenir that I still remember, and my son, believe me, he is really a total quality person. So we had the privilege of having Dr. Gandhi to invite the special students in needs, along with Dr. Gandhi, along with Dr. Kamaran, to be the first country integrating special needs children into the Students' Quality Circle in 2005. Our motto is, every human life has equal value. And I share this motto because we want it to be not in writing, but in reality. Our goals, the work towards the integration of students with disabilities in school and in society, fight against stereotypes, prejudice, and discrimination towards people with disabilities, cooperate with government and non-governmental institutions to improve the education rehabilitation. Our mission is to create a world where people with disabilities are recognized for their abilities, leading to an equal quality of life, regardless of their disabilities. Empower students, that's our vision. Empower students with disabilities and promote an inclusive society that celebrates diversity and offers equal opportunity for all. Our first team integrating in the Students' Quality Circle, that's in 2005. And since from 2005 coming to 2024, nearly 18,000 students has participated in various activities. We've been participating in 10 international conventions, 300 challenge students already been participating in India. We have nearly 100 events and 5 countries participated in our first international convention. Our key projects. We are the first country in the world to have participated in the International Convention on Students' Quality Cycle in Lucknow, India, with children with disabilities. And the first team was the children deaf, blind, and dumb. We organized our first international convention for challenge students in 2008. We began our annual Christmas lunch events with over 700 participants each year across the country. Organizing the second international convention for challenge students was in 2015. In 2018, we celebrated our 50 years of independence with more than 600 challenge students with the presence of the Honorable Prime Minister, ex-Prime Minister, participating in the 22nd International Convention on Challenge Students in Lucknow, India, celebrating Diwali with more than 30 special needs schools. In 2005, we organized 2 events from 12 years old to 16-year-old children with the participation of 200 children. In 2007, we organized 4 events, again from age of 8 to 16, with 800 students. In 2008, again, our main event in Mauritius, 4 main events, 8 to 16 years old, 1,500 children. In 2009, again, 4 events, 8 to 16 years old, with 1,600 students. 2011, 4 main events, 8 to 25 years old, and 1,800 children. 2013, again, main events, 6 main events, 8 to 25 years old, 2,400 children. In 2015, the second international convention held in Mauritius for disabled children. And in 2015, we organized 5 events, 8 to 25 again, with 800 children. 2017, 4 main events, again 8 to 25 years old with 1,800 events. 2019, again 6 events, 8 to 25 years old, plus 2,400 events. Now in 2023, we had the privilege to work with one organization in India, in France, with the Auditorium in France and the French Development Agency, where we had a workshop for 3 days, and regarding how to help schools in Mauritius and what their needs and what they lack of for the performance of the children on a day-to-day running. And here are some photos, right? Those are from the French team attending the workshop. And we are proud that the outcome of the meeting was very fruitful, and they are looking forward also to work with us as from 2025. And again in 2023, we have 7 main events from age 8 to 25 with 2,600 children. In 2024, we had again the privilege of launching the first workshop for chess for children in needs. And I see Mr. David Hutchin is happy about it because he's a chess player. I'm sure you will be in Mauritius next time. Right? Here's a workshop with 80 children and teachers attending the workshop. And we had nearly 125 altogether in the team. And so let's change. Right, again. Yeah, so this was for the chess workshop. And on our ongoing events is a strengthened collaborative action and partnership with local and international organizations. We are going to organize a job fair for people with disabilities, integrate chess into the school curriculum, construct access for people with disabilities in the swimming pools, create thematic think tank to reflect on action levels and development advocacy for inclusion in various sectors of society. Create education and training workshop to raise awareness about disability issues. With these words, I thank you very much for your attention. Now I would like to put some slide regarding our flashback events in Mauritius.
On enchaîne avec ce concours d'échecs organisé pour permettre aux personnes handicapées d'améliorer leurs compétences. C'était à Pointe-au-Piment.
Les échecs sont une compétition à laquelle tout le monde peut participer. C'est donc un moyen d'inclure et de valoriser ceux qui sont autrement capables.
Nous devons faire l'histoire à Maurice pour être le premier qui organise chess competition pour les enfants special needs. Et ça fait un grand plaisir parce que nous tous les enfants là finis motivés, je finis dans un mood de compétition.
Qui fait nous envie les enfants jouer échecs, c'est juste pour donner l'occasion pour penser, après agir. Mais quand je finis faire une action, ça trouver que il n'est pas bon. Alors ça peut donner l'occasion de penser avec quand vous jouez échecs, c'est à vous de développer.
Pour Bruno Burbach, consultant en jeu d'échecs, il existe beaucoup d'opportunités pour la communauté des joueurs d'échecs, notamment des concours comme la Chess Olympiade. L'île Maurice a le potentiel pour y participer.
Nous voulons trouver des participants autrement capables qui ont développé un intérêt pour les échecs et qui aimeraient représenter l'île Maurice sur la scène internationale. Si nous avons de la chance, nous formerons une équipe pour participer aux Jeux paralympiques d'échecs dans 2 ans. Ce que nous avons observé pendant la compétition, c'est que les participants ont montré beaucoup d'intérêt et qu'ils se sont amusés, ce qui est le plus important.
L'International Council for Physically and Mentally Challenged Student Quality Circle compte organiser à l'avenir d'autres concours pour mettre en valeur les compétences des personnes handicapées.
We had the privilege to have Mr. Bruno from Canada, who will be teaching the students with special needs as from 2025 on a voluntary basis. And he will go around the island from school to school. And he is even proposing that in 2027, the same children will be participating in the international competition for chess. Here's some slide of, this is our Christmas lunch for the blind school. Again, this is our Diwali night for schools. And if you see all the rangoli, it's made by only the children from the special needs schools. And again, you see, all of it. And I encourage them to do the rangoli so that you can display it on the day of Diwali, just to show that they are talented children. Behind the screen, they are talented children, and we have to put them on a platform where it's proved in front of everyone that they are capable to do everything. Again, our Christmas lunch. Since 2020, we have decided to, as Christmas gift for the school, to hand over one TV. Why one TV? Because most of the school, they don't have entertainment time during lunchtime. So we have decided to give them a screen so that they can watch some movie, whatever, during their lunchtime break. And this is continuously now, as from we decided. This is Christmas lunch also. This is Diwali. The Diwali, you will see, we unite all the community for the opening ceremony. So they're all one when they're all on the stage. And this event is, we welcome 700 children, teachers, and parents. And for now, this year we had the privilege of having the Deputy High Commissioner of India, based in Mauritius, who was our sponsor for the event, alongside with the CEO of SBI, CEO of Baroda, and CEO of State Bank of Mauritius and Indian Oil. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that we are here today as one team, and I promise that next time we will have a bigger team of special needs schools. Because of the COVID, many parents didn't want to send their children, but still, I thank the Southern Handicap School being among us today, and thank you very much. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your kindness, compassion, and empathy does not need words. You talked about an inclusive society where children with special needs should live with dignity, and they should get equal opportunity. And congratulations for being the first organization to hold workshop for children with differently abled children on chess. We are deeply inspired by your heartfelt dedication and unwavering commitment to supporting and advocating for children with special needs. Thank you for being a voice and a hope and a true champion for this cause. Congratulations, sir. And now I would request Mr. Ashraf to be on the stage. Do we have Mr. Ashraf here? May we have Sir Hutchins on the stage to do the honors? Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. So this is a special, just a small token of love, appreciation, and gratitude from the CMS family. Now over to you, sir. Vaibhav, sir.
Just a small announcement related to the WCTQE meeting. Respected all Director Generals, special invitees, and eminent guests from various countries of the world, I cordially invite you for the World Council meeting. The venue is none other than David Hutchins Hall, basement number 6, room number 6, and the names are as follows. You all are requested to be there post-lunch by 1:30. The names are Dr. Geeta Gandhi Kingdon, Mr. Shamara from Sri Lanka, Mr. Madhukar Narayan from Mauritius, Mr. David Hutchins from UK, Dr. Shashi Bhushan Purohit from India, Associate Professor Hayal Koksal from Turkey, Professor Dr. M.R. Kabir, Ms. Serena Gurun, Dr. Shan Ruprai, Mr. Mohan Das Tilak, Ms. Syria, Mr. Kalu Bovila, Mrs. Shanti Chapagan, Mr. Narad, Mr. Kola, Brother Anusak, Mr. Shakil Kakvi, Mr. Ashraf, Mr. Nirajan, Ms. Prabha Devi, Ms. Selvi Santosham, Mrs. Kalpana Joshipura, Mrs. Rupa Chakravarti, Dr. D.K. Sinha, Ms. Shani Ruprai, Mrs. Archana Bihari, respected Principal Ma'am, Vinita Kamran Ma'am, Mr. Sizo Chan. Thank you so much. Looking forward to seeing you in room number 6. Thank you. The proceedings of the auditorium is done. Right, you all can leave. Thank you.
The participants of the cultural program, you are requested to see to it that you are prepared by 5 p.m. and all the team leaders must ensure that you are seated here in the auditorium by 5:30 p.m. All the participants of the cultural programs. Lunch will be at 12:30 p.m. today, and all the delegates are requested to proceed for lunch at 12:30 p.m. One more instruction for the cultural presentation participants. You are required to go to the control room and check your music once. Please go to the control room, all the team leaders, and please check your music piece once, so that there's no confusion otherwise. Okay. So please submit all the pieces of your music in the control room here, backstage. You have to submit your pen drives. Pen drives, है ना? हाँ. अच्छा. हाँ. ठीक है. All the team leaders, are you listening to me here? All the team leaders, you are required to give your pen drives or whatever you have to the control room backstage now at this time, so that there's no confusion at the time of the program. Yes. With the names of the team codes written on it. The pen drives with the team codes written on it, please submit it to the control room backstage here.